Hello, everyone. Welcome to Virtual Concert Halls. We are an independent broadcasting platform for musicians, music managers, music educators, and music lovers. I'm Anna Ouspenskaya, and I'll be introducing today's program. We are dedicated to streaming live performances. We connect musicians with their audiences and with each other in real time over the internet. Today we are presenting a student's recital by the Hunter Mill Music Studio. Here at HMMS, we believe that everyone deserves to benefit from an opportunity to learn music performance, regardless of circumstances, especially circumstances out of our control, like the current pandemic. We believe in the power of live performance, both as an essential experience of music and as an opportunity to share, to connect, and to enjoy community. Every student at Hunter Mill Music Studio had learned the basics of live streaming, the technology, and the logistics involved. We have been providing this essential modern education and opportunity to our students since late last spring. In fact, Virtual Concert Hall's platform has originated as a community effort in which students and parents of the Hunter Mill Music Studio took a very essential and active part. Our students are by now veterans of live streaming music performances on an internet platform. Today's recital is taking all of us on a journey of exploring yet another aspect of learning piano repertoire and performance. We have been learning skills of performing a piano concerto, with a pre-recorded music minus one accompaniment. Students in today's performance will be using a variety of sources for their accompaniment. Some recorded their own concerto's accompaniments, so they will be playing the tracks of their own performance of the reduction of the orchestral part for piano and matching their solo part to that. Others are using pre-recorded accompaniments by orchestras, and some will be accompanied by myself, and I recorded quite a number of those accompaniments for today's performance. Some students are lucky and they have siblings or parents or others available to come and accompany them today, so you will hear some live duets as well. Welcome to the world of piano concerto. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce our first performer, Michelle Qiu, who is 15, and she will be performing a Liszt Piano Concerto No. 1, accompanied by herself. Welcome, Michelle. Great to have you here. Brava! What a fabulous performance of two Michelles. Thank you so much for preparing this accompaniment and even matching with yourself occasionally. What was the hardest thing in preparation?
Matching to the accompaniment.
But it's playing with yourself.
Yeah, it didn't work out the way I hoped it would.
It shows you that in the performance, musicians take a lot of additional liberties, right? It's not all pre-manufactured, but you did a fantastic job. Thank you, Michelle, for such a wonderful opening of this very challenging recital. And we'll see you again soon. We'll be moving on to our next performer, one of the youngest members of our Hunterville Music Studio. Jack Nossaman will be performing 2 solo pieces and then followed by 3 duets. And he'll be accompanied by his sister, Abby Nossaman. Welcome on stage. a great performance. Thank you, young Duet. And we'll see Abby a little bit later in the program performing her concerto. Congratulations. We'll see you later. We'll be moving on to our next performer. We'll welcome on stage Kaia Griggs, who will be performing Beethoven Concerto No. 3 in C minor first movement, accompanied by an orchestral recording of Music -1. Welcome on stage. Bravo, Kaya. What a fantastic performance. You really took me almost into deja vu, feeling like I'm in a concert hall, listening to the real performance with a real orchestra. Fantastic preparation.
Thank you.
Kaya, what memory do you think will be the most striking, let's say 20 years from now, from this preparation and this recital for you?
Probably hearing the recording for the first time and playing together with it for the first time because it was so insane to hear like an orchestra in my own house and be able to play with such a great sound. It was really, really exciting to hear for the first time.
Wonderful. I wish you to perform with the real orchestra in the real concert hall. It'll be even more carrying like an ocean.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. Looking forward to hearing you someday with the orchestra. You're
Thank
a
you.
fantastic pianist. Thank you. Thank you for being on our program.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be moving on to our next performer, and we'll be welcoming on stage again one of our youngest members of the 100 Mill Music Studio, Ella Levy. She'll be performing Berkovich Piano Concerto, second movement, and she'll be accompanied by her mom, Diana. Welcome on stage. Bravo, bravo. What a wonderful duet. Mom and daughter. I want to ask you, what do you like about playing with your mom?
Um, I like about it that it's not us it's not us that makes the melody, it's the melody that makes the music.
Beautiful and very, very true. What a mature, wonderful, insightful answer. Thank you, Ella. Thank you, Diana. That was such a treat to hear you two playing together today. We'll be moving on to our next performer and welcoming on stage Julian Chen, who will be performing the entire Kabalevsky Concerto number 3 for piano and orchestra in 3 movements, accompanied by me, Anna Ouspenskaya. Well, of course, in the recording. Welcome on stage, Julian. Thank you. Thank you, Maestro Conductor, for turning off that recording. And thank you, Julian. Wonderful performance of the whole concerto. Really, truly awesome. Do you see the comment on the bottom of the screen? Yes, you are awesome. What was the most rewarding, the most enjoyable thing in preparing for this recital?
Just playing the music.
You like this concerto?
Yes.
What do you like about it?
It's just some parts are very, very melodical and then very pretty, and the other parts are very fast and then they are very jumpy, which is kind of what I like.
You like jumpy and fun and enjoyable.
Yes,
Enjoyable.
yes.
You really gave us a lot of joy. Thank you very much, Julian, for learning this wonderful concerto from the first page to the last page and for presenting it today. That was truly enjoyable. Thank you very much. Bravo. We will be inviting on stage our next performer, and again, this will be one of the youngest members of our studio. Lia Gonyea will be performing Silvansky Petit Concerto in G major, and she'll be accompanied again by the recording representation of me, her teacher. Welcome on stage, Lia. bravo, bravissimo. Great job. Leah, you obviously love playing a concerto. What's the most fun about playing a concerto?
Probably the most fun part for me is at the end the chords.
Oh, you like the chords. Why?
Because probably because they're fun and jumpy.
You're the second person saying today that you like when the music is jumpy. I do too. Makes me jump on my seat. Great, you played with so much joy. Thank you very much for preparing and being on the program. And now we'll be moving on to the next performer. We'll be welcoming on the virtual stage Ilyana Rong with a Mendelssohn Concerto in D minor, first movement, and again accompanied by me, Anna Ouspenskaya, her teacher. Welcome, Ilyana. Iliana, thank you for bringing this wonderful concerto on stage with accompaniment. I'm sure that was challenging. What was the most challenge you had to overcome to be able to be on stage and perform today?
As you can probably tell, the most challenging part was definitely matching up my playing with the accompaniment. Um, I definitely could have practiced that more.
We always can practice more, but we practice all that we can in every day that's given to us, right? You saw there is a comment in Italian. Congratulations. Did you see that comment in the bottom of the screen?
Uh,
Let's see that comment one more time. Came from Italy to you. That's a big
yeah.
accomplishment, what you showed. This is a romantic concerto, so difficult to play with a living accompanist or with the orchestra. You did a fantastic job. Thank you, Iliana, for this wonderful preparation and for bringing this concerto to us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful job. And I would like to encourage all of our viewers who are watching this program, please cheer the students, give us your comments, congratulations, and everything you would like to pass to the students. It took a lot of work and some very unusual work. We're not used to performing with the unbending recording. It's very different from playing with someone who can follow our little differences in the rubato and in tempos, and the students are doing phenomenal job on matching their performances with that pre-recorded accompaniment. As a professional, I can tell you this is challenging for professionals. I'm very, very proud of these young musicians for their hard work, for their dedication, and for their courage to come on a virtual stage and deliver their concertos. This is a wonderful experience for me. I'm learning from you guys. We'll be welcoming on stage the next performer, again, one of the youngest members of our studio. Kate Lee will be performing the entire Haydn concerto, all three movements in D major, and she will be accompanied for the second movement by pre-recorded accompaniment of an orchestral accompaniment. So welcome on stage, Kate. look at that. You're just 8 years old and you learned the whole concerto, all three movements. Bravo. Tremendous accomplishment, Kate. There are three movements in this concerto. Which one is your favorite?
Um, I like the second movement.
The second movement. Somehow I could guess. That's the one you picked to play with the orchestra, right?
Yes.
Is that because you love it so much?
It sounds very pretty and slow, so I can play it easily.
Aha. So, what else do you like about playing with the orchestra recording?
Um,
Just compare
I'm
it to
not,
playing with yourself, by yourself.
um, and with the orchestra, it sounds more prettier.
Yeah, and fuller, right? You can hear all different
Yes.
instruments. Is it difficult to match to the recording?
No,
It was not difficult for you?
not really.
Wow, that's amazing. Most people complain that it's so hard. How do you match?
There are, I,
What do you listen for so you can match?
I listen for the beats in the orchestra
That's
that
right. Yeah,
matches with my own playing.
that's right. Great job. Fantastic. Congratulations on your wonderful accomplishment, and thank you for playing this beautiful, beautiful piece for us with so much love. It was great. Thank you. And now we'll be moving on to our next performer, and we'll be welcoming on virtual stage Jason Pan, who'll be performing the Silvansky Concerto No.2 in G minor, first movement, accompanied by the orchestra recording again. Welcome, Jason. Bravo, Jason. Phenomenal performance of this magnificent concerto. What a pillar. What did you like most? I know you have to run off. Just one question.
What did you say? I was
What
muted.
what did you like the best playing with this recording?
I thought the recording was very expressive, and I liked the tone of the recording.
You beautifully matched it with the tone of your playing on this little small piano. And look, you got a comment, and I know you need to run off. Just read the comment from your great supporters. Jason, phenomenal job. I really enjoyed it. It was so beautiful, so expressive, and so thoughtful. Thank you. Thank you very much for your performance.
Thank you.
We will be moving on to our next performer, and we'll be welcoming on stage Arda Alpan, who will be performing an unusual piece. And I'll hold off naming the composer and the name of the piece because some of the viewers may even know this piece much better than the classical teachers do. Welcome, Arda. you, Anna, very much. And thank you so much for introducing me to this piece. I have to honestly admit, I didn't know this music until you brought it to our studio. Tell me why and how you chose this piece. You really wanted to play it.
I don't know. I really enjoyed the music when I listened to it, and I just felt the urge to learn it and play it.
How did you come across this music?
Um, it was from a movie, and I watched it a long time ago. And and when my sister came over for winter break, we wanted to watch a movie, so we decided to watch the movie that this music's from.
Wonderful. Thank you for being so inquisitive and introducing us to this gorgeous, gorgeous piece. I really loved working on it with you. I think it's going to be now part of the standard repertoire in our studio. Thank you for your great performance. Again, bravo.
Thank you.
We'll be moving on to our next performer and introducing to the virtual stage Mia Bourgogne. She will be performing a Mozart Concerto No.8 in C major, third movement, a rondo. And she'll be accompanied by the recording of me again. Welcome, Mia. Thank you, Mia, for bringing this joyful piece here. This is so dancey, such a great piece. What was the hardest thing for you in preparation?
Probably matching with the accompaniment.
Why was it so difficult?
Well, first it was too fast, so I had to slow it down a lot, and then
And then it
last
was too slow, right?
yeah, and then last week they told me to do full speed, so I did full speed.
You got to the full speed. This is wonderful. Was it difficult for you to play and listen at the same time?
A little bit.
How did you learn to listen and play? What did you do? How did you practice?
Well, I first had to listen to it, and then I had to listen to it multiple times, and then after I listened to it, I kind of knew what you were gonna play next, so I knew when to match.
Aha, so you kind of memorized the accompaniment by ear.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing for someone so young like you to have such a methodic approach to this very challenging task. To learn how to play with a recording. Great job. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank
We will be inviting our next performer on stage, and this time the soloist pianist will be accompanied by his twin brother. So welcome on stage Bradley Zhao and Wesley Zhao as an accompanist. They will be performing Saint-Saëns Concerto No.2 in G minor, first movement. The movement is called Andante sostenuto. Let's welcome Zhao Duo. Thank you, guys. Fantastic job. What an ensemble. I have a question for you. Can you recall the hardest moment of preparation?
Cadenza.
Cadenza. Wesley, how about you?
Getting the very end part for us to be completely on time.
I can see that the end took a lot of time to work because you were so together on those chords. That doesn't happen by accident or by chance. How did you practice it? Did you
Uh,
argue a lot?
yes. And we also did a lot of, like, we had to like cue each other a lot to make sure that we were actually getting on time.
And who did you decide is going to cue? You or Bradley? And
Him.
why is that, Bradley? Why did
Because
you guys
like
just
his piano is over here. He can't just look at me over there, so I have to look at him kind of like that.
how considerate? This is so wonderful to see two brothers of your age not really boxing each other, but considerately deciding, okay, my brother is going to cue because it's harder for him to see me. Fantastic
Wait,
collaboration.
I didn't actually put that into consideration though, but I just it's because it's just easier for us to play like that instead. So.
You did a phenomenal job to play this very challenging concerto together. It's hard for even professionals to work out that ensemble, and you were listening to each other and really helping each other play your best. Wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be inviting on stage our next performer, and that is going to be another duet of two siblings. Kaia Griggs will be performing Kabalevsky Concerto No.3, first movement, and he will be accompanied by his big sister, who you heard at the beginning of the concert, performing Beethoven Concerto with the orchestral accompaniment. Now she's taking the role of an accompanist, and let's welcome on stage Kaiden. Wow, bravo, bravissimo, bravissimo. Wow, what a fantastic performance. And Kaiden, you did such a great job bringing the energy and the drive of this piece to everybody. Got everyone energized. And Kaia, you certainly did much better job accompanying than my recording. You listened to your soloist. Guys, tell me, what was the funniest moment in your preparations? Can you recall something funny?
Can you think of anything? Can you think of anything?
Or was it all very, very serious hard work?
I just thought that it takes like many, many hours just to prepare for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Isn't that a huge investment of work and time into just 10 minutes of this fabulous piece? And what do you think about it? Is it worth it?
Yes.
Yes? Kaya, is it worth it?
It was definitely worth it.
That was your very first time accompanying, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it was.
How do you feel being in the role of someone who has to carry the part yet go with the flow of the soloist?
It's definitely less pressure than being the soloist, but yeah, no, it was interesting trying to keep up with him and like balance what I'm doing with what he's doing.
Yes. And Kaiden, did you feel that your sister was a good support?
Definitely.
Good enough?
What?
Good enough?
Much better than recording.
That's for sure. That's a good statement. We're all very much looking forward to playing the concertos in person in the same space, just like you did with your sister. Wonderful job. This was fantastic. Such a great joy to listen to both of you. And you really meshed together so well. Thank you. Great ensemble. Wonderful performance.
Thank you.
We will be moving on to our next performer. And again, this will be a family duet. I will be welcoming on stage Nossaman, who will be performing a Mozart Concerto No. 8 in C major, first movement, and she will be accompanied by her very accomplished pianist, Dad, Greg Nossaman. Welcome on stage, Nossaman Duo. Bravo! Thank you so much for this cheerful and elegant performance of Mozart music. What a duo! Wonderful job, both of you. And Abby, you're a great, charming soloist, and Greg, you're a fantastic orchestra. Guys, tell me something about your preparation. Something you think you're going to take as memories for, let's say, 20 years from now.
Well, when I try to play this one passage in the beginning, I noticed that sometimes when you play that slow phrasing, it sounds really bad when you play it faster.
Yes, and how did you work together? Did you argue?
Not really. No.
Not really. Did you exchange some ideas?
Yes.
We exchanged the stink eye. When I made a mistake, she would look at me, and then vice versa. And so then we made a deal after our lesson with you, which is instead of that, we're gonna trade smiles.
Did that work out, Abby?
Yeah.
A special smile in place of a stink eye. You work together with such a joy. What a wonderful experience to see family coming together and working together and for the sake of the beautiful music and for the learning of the skills. Greg, is it nerve-wracking, or do you just do it? Because you appear so at ease accompanying your own daughter. I've gone through the experience of accompanying my own son, and that was nerve-wracking, I got to tell you. How do you feel doing that?
Oh, I'd much rather be the soloist than accompany my daughter. I'd rather accompany anybody else in the world but a family member, because then the pressure's on.
That's right. Abby, do you feel the pressure, or do you feel like, okay, Dad is going to be with me no matter what?
I kind of feel like when I perform, I don't really try to feel pressure because I just, oh boy, I think I'm going to be ready for tomorrow, the recital, while I'm playing for the recital.
You really do appear like you completely immerse in that music and just enjoy the process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you guys so much for preparing this gorgeous presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to our next performer. This concert is endless, isn't it? That's how much work everybody put into the preparation. Everybody is ready. The entire studio is on stage. And again, I would like to ask our viewers, please send us your comments, cheer the young musicians and their parents. There's a lot of work behind the scenes. Some parents, just like what you heard the duet, prepared to accompany their own kids. Some parents had to navigate a maze and a whole forest of technology to be able to support their children in this performance. And some parents are playing the role of an orchestra conductor because they have to turn on and off the recordings at the right moment. So our next performer will be Emily Snellbecker, who will be performing Mendelssohn Concerto in G minor, an excerpt for the first movement. And she will be accompanied by the recording, which I made for her, but she's also being accompanied by her family, who are supporting her performance behind the scenes. Welcome on stage, Emily. Thank you for performing this part of this opening of the beautiful Mendelssohn Concerto. And thank you, Snellbecker family, for supporting behind the scenes. I know you're not seen in the camera. You'll stage it now professionally, but there's a lot of people behind the camera, behind the microphone, making this all possible for you, Emily, right? What do you recall as the hardest thing in preparing for this?
Probably matching it with the recording.
And why is that? Did you feel too like I didn't record it properly? I wasn't playing evenly, or what happened?
It was because usually like the accompaniment person usually like matches it to me, but now I have to learn how to like when to play faster and when to play slower.
That's right. And it's supposed to be the other way around. I'm supposed to follow you, but with the recording, you kind of have to listen to the accompaniment and make sure you stay with it because it's not bending, right?
Yeah.
How did you practice it?
I practiced it without the recording and with the recording, like different exercises.
And with the recording, how did you line up the accompaniment in your part?
I just had to repeat it a bunch of times and figure out like when I should be slowing down and what parts I should be speeding up.
Mm-hmm. I can see that you spent a lot of effort on this and a lot of work, and that's very different kind of work from the rehearsing with the living accompanist. Great job. Thank you for preparing and performing today. And we will be moving on to our next performer and welcoming on stage Harry Chen, one of our youngest members of the studio, who was prepared to perform third movement of the Haydn Piano Concerto in D major, and he will be accompanied by an orchestral recording. Welcome on stage, Harry. Wonderful job. Hear you. You're so young and you're playing so with such confidence. This is great to hear you today. I know you were insisting on playing with a recording of the orchestra. I offered you to record in your tempos, but you were like, "No, I'm determined to play with the orchestra." Why is that?
Well, first of all, the orchestra, of course, sounds way better than just a piano.
Oh, really? And why is that?
Well, because of different instruments and they're combined together.
Yeah, it makes such a full sound, right? One instrument cannot match that. But you said that's first of all, so that means there's a second.
And it just sounds better.
It just feels better. Okay, but you had a lot of help. So your mom needed to glue the parts together and adjust the orchestral recording for you to play. Did you help your mom with all this technology, or did she have to do it all?
I kind of helped.
Okay. Well, you did a fantastic job, and please give your mom a big hug and a kiss because I know she worked so hard to accommodate your wish to play with the orchestra. Great, thank you. Wonderful job. And we will be inviting on stage our next performer, and this will be Lucia Tang. She will be performing Mozart Concerto No.8 in C major first movement, and she will be accompanied by a recording of me again. I'm back on stage, very unbending, bad accompanist, but we did the best we could to present the concertos today. Welcome on stage, Lucia.
You ready?
Great job. Thank you for performing and preparing and playing with the accompaniment, the recorded accompaniment. Don't worry about that little mistake you made at the end. The good thing about playing duet, if one person just has a little flip, the other person continues to play, right? The music keeps going on. And we all make mistakes occasionally. This was a tremendous preparation. What was the hardest thing for you?
Probably matching with the accompaniment.
Of course. And how did you practice that? What did you do?
I listened to it first and then I played it with it, but it was hard at first because I kept falling behind or going ahead.
And how did you know you're falling behind?
Because like the music didn't really seem to match.
Aha. And when you listened to the recording, so you understand where music is supposed to match with your part, did you do it with the music in hand, or did you just listen?
I sort of just listened.
Just listen and trying to learn where the accompaniment is going, right? Did you have any funny moments in preparing?
Not really.
Was it all very, very serious work? It is a hard, serious work, of course. And I know your mom is helping you with turning the recording on and off. And when you practice, did you also have your mom helping? You did it by yourself. Oh, that's incredible. Say it again.
I sort of just turned on the music, and then since it plays first, I just like walked to the bench and waited.
You did a wonderful job. You're working with the recording, and that's challenging for professionals. And you're a very young student. You're doing a great job. Thank you for preparing and performing today. Bravo. We will be inviting our next performer, and this time it's Julian Chen who will be performing Mendelssohn Piano Concerto No.2 in D minor, an excerpt from the third movement, the finale. And he'll be again accompanied by me, and I promise in person I'm a better accompanist, but in the recording I'm unbending. So we will be welcoming on stage Julian Chen. Great job, Joel. And don't worry about losing them a few bars here at the end of there. What was amazing to me is how you found your place. How did you know when to come in?
It's because I messed up down there a lot of times before, so I knew where to start.
Okay, and so, but still, how did you know when to start?
It's because it's like a change of music, and it's like a new section, so you can kind of tell.
Oh, wonderful. So you recognize the different sections of the concerto. You're very good at analyzing how music changes from one section to another. How did you study the accompaniment to know it so well?
So there was a lot of um, like if you listen to the accompaniment really closely, there's a lot of like harmony notes with the first note, the measure, and the accompaniment. So then you can kind of like, if you think hard enough, you can kind of like connect it together, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. If you watch the score and if you listen to the accompaniment, you really can see and you can hear how it matches with your solo part. But you really need to know it in and out to do what you just did, to continue listening and come in right at the precise moment where you were able to catch up back and get back on track with the recording. Great job. Wonderful preparation. Thank you for performing. we'll be inviting on stage our next performer. And this time it'll be Catherine Snellbecker, who will be performing Kabalevsky Concerto No.3 in D major, second movement. And she'll be accompanied by her whole family, helping her with the recording. And the recording is me playing the accompaniment. Welcome, Catherine. What a beautiful lyrical playing of this piece. I love this movement. Katia, you play with this piece with so much love. What is your favorite part or favorite thing about this movement?
My favorite part is like the center with the fast notes.
And how did you work with the recording? It must have been really, really challenging to match.
I memorized the tempo, like I figured out with my metronome, like what tempo the recording was at. So then I just like memorized my piece at that tempo.
That's very, very smart. So you memorized how to keep the tempo because the recording goes in a steady tempo, right?
Yeah.
It's a very challenging movement to put together. There's so much going on, conversation between the parts. You did a fantastic job listening and delivering your own part. Thank you for preparing and participating. Our next performer who will take the virtual stage will be Lia Gonyea, and she will be doing the Mendelssohn Concerto number 2 in D minor, an excerpt from the first movement, Allegro Appassionata, and she will be accompanied by a recording of myself, my own recording. Welcome on stage, Marcela. Marcella, congratulations! What a wonderful performance. How do you feel about your preparation this time?
This time I had a really good practice plan, so it really was a much better performance than some of my other ones. So I'm really happy with how it went.
Oh, yes, I'm so happy with your preparation this time. You're such a great musician. This was a wonderful turnaround you made in your practicing, and you prepared so well. How did you feel working with the recording?
At first it was difficult because I in the other way it was the other way around this time because usually when I'm actually at your house performing, you're listening to what I'm doing. But this time I had to listen exactly what you were doing in my recording of you playing. So it was more the other way around, but I practiced hands separate first so I could listen more to what I had to line up with my right hand. And then when I put it hands together, it was easier.
Wonderful. So you were in my shoes. Now you know what it feels like to have to adjust, right?
Yes.
You learned how to be so flexible and so carrying your part and listening to the recording. This is really excellent.
Thank you.
Great job, Marcella. I'm so proud of you.
Thank
Bravo.
you.
Wonderful. We will be moving on to our next performer. Let's confirm that Sophia is ready. Looks like she is. Okay. We'll be welcoming on stage Sophia Snellbecker, who will be performing Saint-Saëns Concerto No.2 in G minor, an excerpt from the first movement, Andante sostenuta. She'll be accompanied by orchestral recording. Welcome, Sophia. Fantastic. Great job, Sophia. Thank you very much for putting this together and presenting this in such a romantic style. This was great, great performance, and wonderful coordination with your orchestra conductor. That last note, you took it off, and someone who is helping you turned off that recording right on time. You got to give that person a big hug for helping you. How did you prepare to coordinate all of this? Did you practice by yourself, or did you practice with someone's help in your family? How did you do that?
I usually practice with my dad or my sister with controlling the orchestra, and I'm at the piano.
So now the whole family knows what the orchestra needs to do, right?
Yeah.
Can you recall some funny moments of preparation?
In the beginning, my dad would always come in like the first couple of measures when he had to wait 2 pages.
So you had to teach your dad something really professional about how to be a conductor.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for preparing and for playing with so much love for this piece. We'll be inviting our next performer on stage, and the next person taking the virtual stage will be Julian Chen. She will be performing first movement of Clementi Concerto in C major, accompanied by me at the piano, not really physically in the same space with the recording. Welcome, Julian. Great performance. Thank you so much for preparing and presenting this concerto. Not everybody knows it, not everybody played it. Isn't it a great concerto?
It was very fun to play.
What do you like most about it?
Well, I like how there's different dynamics. There's a contrast between the big dramatic parts and the more understated but still beautiful lyrical parts.
Yeah, there's a lot of contrast in this piece. You're absolutely right. What do you think was the most helpful to you in preparing to play with the recording? It's so challenging to play with the recording.
Yeah, I think the thing that helped me the most is just like listening and then listening to the one recording of the full piece I had and just like playing along with the metronome. That really helped.
Yeah, it's all about rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about matching the beat, not so much the count, but the beat, keeping it the pace steady, right? You did a great job, and you really listened to the accompaniment. And when there was a little bit off, you could get right back on the track. This is pretty incredible flexibility. Wonderful job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will be welcoming on stage our last performer, not the least, but the last performer of this very, very long afternoon and evening of 100 Miller Music Studio concerto recitals. Antara Hibar will be performing Rachmaninov Concerto No. 2, first movement in C minor, and she will be accompanied by the orchestral recording. Welcome, Antara. Dara, congratulations. This is one of the most challenging movements to play even in a one space with the orchestra. It's so much changes and so much interaction and so much uncertainty of the beats, right?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging, but once you know the other part as well as you know your own part, I think that it makes more sense.
Yeah, what do you find is the hardest playing with I mean, with recording, of course, it's unbending, but the recording of the orchestra, vice versa, playing with a pianist who's accompanying you.
I think the hardest part is that like when you're playing with the orchestra, the beats aren't quite as clear as it would be when you're playing with the piano. So it's a little bit hard to match every single time you're supposed to come in. So it's more of just practicing with the recording more than you would if you were just playing like with two pianos.
That's so true. When you're playing with the actual orchestra, for pianists, it's very challenging to adjust to the orchestral musicians and their instruments, not really having such a sharp edge beginning of the beat, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm talking about.
What do you take out of this experience working with the orchestra recording? What's the best part of it you want to carry on as a memory?
I think that this is like the first time I've ever played with the concerto other than with another piano. So I think this is like the closest I could come right now to playing with the real orchestra, which is something that's pretty memorable for me.
I'm looking forward very much to hearing someday you performing with the actual orchestra. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, one day maybe in college. Yep.
Yeah, you're a fabulous pianist, and I really hope to hear you maybe play this concerto with a college orchestra. Every college has
Yeah,
an
thank you
orchestra.
so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that dream, and if you do perform, I know you're a senior and you're going off to college, and if you do find an opportunity to perform with the orchestra, please let me know. I'll fly wherever you are.
Yeah. I mean, this is close, pretty close anyway. So we have it right here.
Exactly. And I like the speakers. They added this third dimension, a little bit of the light ornamentation of the piece, and the color changes were very appropriate, I thought.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and please thank your family for helping you with all these preparations and all the tech behind. It's very challenging. You had a lot of help.
Yeah, thank you too.
Great. And with this, we conclude the longest recital of the 100 Mill Music Studio of each season. Every year, students at the studio learn piano concertos and perform them. We usually have that during the Christmas time. This time we were hoping that we would be able to push it a little bit later and have it in person, but that didn't happen. I mean, in person didn't happen, but the concerto recital was not something we were willing to give up. So we found different solution. Each solution was what the family was able to provide for the students. Some students had their siblings performing with them and accompanying them. Some had their parents step in and brush up their piano skills and accompany their children. And some students were accompanied by the recordings which I made for them, and majority of the students were actually performing with the orchestral recordings, which was a tremendous learning experience for all of us. And I'm very grateful to the families, to parents, siblings, and everyone around each of the students at home who were supporting this project with a lot of help with the technology, finding the recordings, adjusting them, and with spending hours and hours supporting this project, which took 4 hours to complete as a performance and many weeks to prepare. Thank you again, our viewers, everyone who stayed with us until that late. And I want to extend warmest thanks to the Virtual Concert Hall's team. Anna Ouspenskaya, Igor Zubkovsky, Frana Rusinovich. Thank you all for your helpful hands, for your attention, for your care, and for your support of everyone's student setups. There was 4 hours of green room, humming along, and lots of last-minute changes and preparations to make this program go smoothly and enjoyably for everyone. Thank you and bravo, everyone. Have a good night. See you again soon. Bye now.